La boo boo, la boo. La boo, la boo. La boo. La boo boo. Hello, how you doing? Yeah, let me wave at you. Hello. Hello. That's right. I am just that dramatically cool. But would be cool if we had some nice music. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. Well, hello everyone, and a very cheerful Saturday to you. Hey, it's kind of rare that we stream on a Saturday, so this is special, okay? It's just you and me. Yeah? Saturday, not September, Jesus. January 25th, 2025. It's gonna be like 9:30 p.m. Since I'm aiming for 9 p.m. currently, that's not too bad. But, you know, as long as we've got Labubu with us, everything's fine. This is hee hee. Like hee hee. Like he's giggling. Look at him. Hee hee. Hee hee. This is a so-called Labubu. That's right. I've got a Labubu. Is that fancy? He's got quite the expression, don't you think? Now, if I had like little teeth like that, I'd be on a whole other level. Yeah, my dearest, you know this one back there. That one gifted me a Labubu. Yes, very cool. If you don't know what a Labubu is, don't worry. You want to look up a song on YouTube called Labubu to really broaden your horizons. Okay. Well, today is Saturday, as we spoke. And we're yet again streaming on the Doomed website, yeah. That's right. Oh, now I'm getting itchy nose because I spoke of Doom. Not the cool Doom, alright? We're gonna play Doom, right? I don't know when yet. But Doom the Dark Ages is coming out, and I'm totally gonna play the other Doom games before then, okay? But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to have a little rant about Twitch, okay? Like seriously, I wanna have a rant about Twitch. Specifically, Twitch's view count. Okay? Let me quickly, like, you know, spit some fire, you know, like truth. Twitch is very weird. Like, super weird, actually. The way they share information with you as a partner, the way they handle partner in the specific individual countries, given their language that they're speaking. And generally, if you're a German streaming in English, you're fucked. The end. Say if you're streaming in English, but you're from, I don't know, like one of the Nordic countries. It's great. Don't worry. They like that. But over here, Germany, they're like, nope, you're dead to us. That's at least what, that's like, you know, that's the image they're painting for me. Just saying. However, as we know, like the view count has been mutilated, assaulted, crippled, and destroyed. I don't know why. Maybe the curse of the TikTok witches. We don't care. Anyways, they got banned for a day in America. However, point being, it is so messed up, like seriously. Like, my Twitch's view count has been showing me, actually, a wrong number for like the longest time. And they used to have a thing, right, on Twitch, where for partners, they put them into like a sort of recommended section or front page section, depending on. Also depending on your game and obviously when you stream and stuff like that. For example, if you was to stream through the night, then you usually hit the jackpot because there's not much competition. Lots of people were exploiting that. But now they don't do it anymore, but they still do it for some people and not for some others. And it's really weird. It's really annoying. And it's making it so that me, for example, I cannot reach out to certain like game companies to even just request a code because they're like, no, if you don't have 50 people, you're dead to us. Yeah, just feel like venting my annoyance there. We're gonna get back to multi-streaming very soon, by the way, like YouTube, as well as probably also TikTok actually, and Twitter, and I don't know, maybe Instagram if that works. I have no idea. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. I mean, Twitch is still my focus, of course, because chatting here is just so much better. But you know, gotta bring in people somehow from somewhere, since Twitch is doing nothing for their partners. Just saying, all right? Just saying. It's a shame. Poor management, as usual, as most companies these days, you know? You need to have someone in charge who has a goddamn clue of what they do. It was an unintentional rhyme, but that's fine. Oh god. Labubu, save me! Enough ranting about Twitch. We're still here because Twitch still delivers the best way to chat. And that's what it comes down to, community and chatting and not just numbers, right? But you need some numbers to make it survivable somehow. And they've been trying to kill me. But dying has never frightened me. But know you me. You try to kill me, I'll kill you first. That's the way. That's the way. And now, with this cheeky rant out of the way, by the way, Facebook is completely dead. If anyone tells you otherwise, it is just a bunch of soccer moms and groomers and conspiracy theorists. That's the truth. Just saying. All right? Just saying. The fire has been spat tonight. All right. True and real. Oh, hey. Let's talk about something positive, all right? And thanks for indulging my annoyance with Twitch. It's been going on since years, all right? Bingo boomers. My head still thinks 2020 is the future. Oh god, 2020 was a better time than now. Hard to believe. In some regards, obviously. Oh man, there's so many times where I wish like the face mask kind of wearing, what's it called? Like the rule that we had to put on those masks, like it was good. It was better. Late 2018, early 2019. The glory days of video games and streaming as of recent years at least. Yeah. It's not been great, but don't worry. If it goes down, it has to go up again. That's the rule. Gilroy? Okay, before we get crazy, downfall since 2010. Like I said, I mean, there's been up and downs and up and downs. Eventually, it's got to go up. We got to remain hopeful, all right? We have tons of good games coming up. Actually, way too many good games. It's going to be a little crazy. It'll be very crazy. 34 days until WAS. There we go. That's when the craziness begins. Of video games this year. Only thing going up are costs and restrictions. Okay, well. I mean, we are here, we have gathered here tonight, as we try at least, to escape the imminent doom of reality, the downfall of society, the splintering of humanity. We have found ourselves here tonight to have me bother you with questions again, all right? So I did something, and I need you to pay attention for a moment. I know that's asking for a lot, but you gotta pay attention for a moment. Because I was fine-tuning my audio. And I've been noticing this for a couple months, and I couldn't quite pinpoint it yet. But I always felt like there was a little audio desync with my video, which I don't know, for some reason it felt like hard for me to pinpoint it from my camera speak, you know? But I've always felt it in games specifically. So I was doing a couple tests, all right? I'll show you my tests. I've been doing this for hours. Hold on. I need this. Hold on. Here. I'll show you what I've been doing. I was in the Destiny shooting range, and I was recording with my same settings that I use for streaming. I was recording that, taking the video. I was always doing like 3 burst shot, another 3 burst shot with a gun, then change the gun, and changing my audio offset setting for the audio when it happens and when the video happens, you know? And then I was putting that into my video cutting tool and trying to pinpoint exactly where the sound and exactly the frame where the sound came in. But if you watch this now, it's going to be weird because I currently have an audio offset turned on. You just got to tell me if you think the way when I talk, if that seems spot on, and when we play the game, if when I push buttons, it seems spot on. And in this video, it shouldn't be spot on anymore since I have it offset turned on, but I guess I can show you what I've been doing. Because see, the trick is, I was testing this. This was with no offset. So the way I've been doing it. And here it is that the moment the number pops up, right? That's exactly the moment the sound happens as I was playing it. But on my recording, it came like a split second afterwards. So I keep doing this. Right? There we go. And here I get it right. So it was a minus 200 millisecond offset. So now it should be right. I know this is something that probably no one properly noticed, but it's been driving me crazy, and well, here we are. That's the way it goes. Pew. Pew. Thanks, Destiny, for providing a shooting range. I was trying to do this before on Fortnite, and I'm like, why is there no shooting range in Fortnite? Shame. Shame, shame. Okay. Well, now then, now we talked about this, we can finally start playing Genshin Impact. .5 second delay. It used to be, right? Yeah. But now it seems fine. I speak, and it seems like I talk on point. Yeah? Oh. Hey, controller. Springtime charms now available. Charming. But I don't know how to play this game with a keyboard. I'm classic. What's that? Wait. Hold on. Code redeem. Unity Discord. Codes. Copy. Account. That. Log in. Password error. Great. That account. Log in. That worked. Awesome. Mizuki. Something Mizuki. Okay, that worked. Isa Bathhouse. What happened in that recent special program? What happened? What did they do? Okay, nice. All 3 codes still functional. Oh, look at that, I've got mail. Boom! 300 Primo Gamicas. I'm a rich man. But they already took the Archon away. What's that? Survey. Great. Good. Oh my god. Just take that exclamation mark away from me. Thanks. Oh yeah. Oh, sure, I take it. Thank you, Paimon. More free primos. Well, direct wishes. Who we got right now?
From an informant.
Oh. Right. There was something. There was something. Hmm. A pity of 7. Daring chances. Let's go. Wouldn't it be funny if I... with a pity of 8, you know? Yeah, no. Okay. Pity of 9? Oh, whatever. Can I? Oh, wow. I don't think I should get the blue wishes, because I just don't have what it takes.
Looks like the situation has changed again.
Gotta get pity somehow, right? Like in life or in the game.
The academia? Oh. What happened?
Okay, well. Long story short, last thing we did was Focalor's consciousness as we were just exploring all this crazy stuff, how Focalor split her divinity into having like herself in the divinity, and then Farina being her physical manifestation in a way, made out of oceanid people. Not oceanid, it sounds weird, it's oceanids, okay? So, yeah. Let's find out what's cracking, okay? This is the grand finale of the Fontaine Archon quest. Don't worry, Sherlock. I got days like that, you know? Like, I think I'm perfectly alright, and I'm suddenly one step too dyslexic. A rainbow rose. Just want to get the feeling of doing something that has substance by collecting items. Yeah. That's right. Okay. We're going... Majestic dog. We're going in.
Take it easy.
Oh yeah. Here it goes. No. Are we in? There we go. All right. It's the same start. Okay. Same start from last time.
You...
Well, we can fast forward a bit here. We know what happened. We remember. If we don't remember, you gotta watch my last Genshin Impact video.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina.
The sweet...
Focalor.
Oh,
The sweet
that wasn't
Focalor.
my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all
Sounds great.
because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. In fact, she knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
See, what I like about Focalor here is that you can still see, like when she's Farina, how there's still this tension for the theatralic. It's you know, it's going on even right now. It's curious. But this one's more, I wouldn't necessarily say dignified, but, you know, just a bit more confident about it.
And as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, It was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum.
So far, all of the Archons we've met, they're not very happy with Celestia, right?
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon.
She said it again.
But one can
Titty.
only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Oh, I kinda missed this part last time. I thought only Farina was a Oceanid. Oceanid. You're close to a forced promotion. That sounds good.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed
Okay,
of
wait, now I
becoming
remember.
human.
Right.
And I still do, even
Right.
now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
In a way, she left Farina and be like, here, have fun, right? And she's like, in a way, then like very childlike as she was presenting. Makes sense.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Are you saying that because you also want to feel everything? Is that it?
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Great.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Anyways. Cursed. Like a TikTok witch.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
No.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
Yikes.
And all along, She's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Well. What a doozy. Came into contact with Farina's tears, if I remember correctly. Tears often contain being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form a emotional connection, just like I did with that ocean at the Fountain of Lucine. Could this be Farina's inner world? Farina? What is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Yeah, right, like in every other city. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Traveler trying to get answers since, like, day one. And never getting anything. Fine, I walk. Can we turn that off? That's probably very bright. Okay. Oh, the shadow is working. Here's a pillar. Huh. I guess the sunscreen is not really working well.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
I actually never quite understood the word August. Like, if it's not for the month, you know? Like, what's the adjective there? Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Oh, she wants to be out of the limelight for a second. To feel a moment of peace. To not be in her opera role anymore.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
She's talking about my plan to become a VTuber. So I can finally be out of those lights again. Be myself again. I get it. I get it. Privacy. After all these years? Man. Incredible. Something's up. There's no getting through to her. Even her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way.
This is order.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Cook it! A cry without echo. Bonk.
Solidify.
No touching.
What does that move?
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know.
A silence without
Guards?
end.
Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Healthy body, healthy...
Not the right quote for the moment, Ganyu. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Farina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that a true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Oh. Front row seat. by. Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Farina. Scene 1. Before a mirror, Farina. Oh. It's a mirror now. The mirror's working. Imagine that. Wild.
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Some more?
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you. Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But
Oh,
how will I do this?
well.
A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
She almost told the traveler when they were kidnapping her. When they were in like that, in Poisson, right? Yeah.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this.
Don't worry, Labubu. I've got you.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
She said forever.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Labubu.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
She's got some thick lashes. Scene 2. Accession speech for Rina. Still no one. She's an actress. Opera épiclès. Nonetheless, novelette.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Épiclès. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it.
Sure.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Alright, I've got a great idea for her. We're gonna execute all the naysayers. That'll show her.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here...
The justice of the grave.
No saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
Like Venti. Drunk.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Yeah, you're stupid. You should die.
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yeah. Great. Scene 3, Opera House Farina. Okay.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Follow-up? Follow-up text. Yes.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
Oratrice, mécanique d'analyse, Neuvillette.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Acheron. Ba, 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 ba.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too.
It's the best thing. You gotta remember names. People like all over you already.
He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
She was talking to an empty chair. We do not have imagination.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Scene 4, Opera House, Farina.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that.
Hold on, I want to hear that again.
4.
There's no need to go back over the scenes I've witnessed in person before. Oh.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
She's just talking about adulthood. It's just what it's like. Scene 5, Opera House, Farina. Wait, it's this screen. Is this her like writing this down this way? Scene 182,000, lots of it.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
It seemed kind of like her noting it to herself, and every day she's just like, yep, Farina at the opera house again. The next day is another scene.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings
that's
me
500 years.
great
Thank
joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Slowly breaking.
Uh-huh. Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Yep, that's how it always is, you know, whenever there's that moment like, oh, the goddamn, and a hydro in me, whew, terrible day for rain.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
It's all the chiralium. So allergic.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
A scene 182,000 something, Opera House Farina, and Fish. Fischl has come.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, it's us.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
My witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
That's us. We're just spectators playing the game.
If that's the case, she's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Big Gumba.
No.
Farina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
Such as I, confiding my frustration and sorrow about Twitch earlier?
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
If only YouTube would buy Twitch.
Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
It's a scam machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Really? That's freaky.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Oratrice mécanique d'analyse novelette.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Eh? Ah?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it.
I'm begging pardon
And
too.
to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
So that's the machine?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Is she trying to destroy the Gnosis so no one can have it? Then make Neuvillette the Archon?
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose.
Okay, now I see the
Almost all
sword.
of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
They all really don't like the whole Celestia thing. Now we're gonna have that Tsaritsa who wants to get the Gnosis. Ends justify the means kind of situation?
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
So the dragons came first. And Celestia took part of them and made Archons so they could control it? Ooh!
But...
You're a dragon.
No, what? Getting sad again, are we?
And then it's gonna rain.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
She played the long game.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Oh.
The hour of my execution is almost here.
Uh-oh.
For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Thank you, Farina, for all you've done. From this moment on, please live happily as a human, just as I wish we could. So she did free her in the end.
Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Oh snap, he's Jesus! Hydro Jesus. They're no longer oceanids. Now they can swim in the muddy water.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Imagine like all the people of Fontaine, they're just gonna be like, huh?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Is he gonna kill a whale?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature.
Ooh.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
It's me.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
The fact that it's called a narwhal, it's a bit funny. You know, I mean, if you really put it into perspective, if you were there and like a thread like that, I can see how that's pretty dooming and crushing, but it's a little bit cute at the same time.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Right? But giant whales are just so cool. Sorry, narwhal.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's
I have no idea, Paimon.
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Can't even hit it. It's not excited.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Do what? That was a big whale.
Here comes the catch.
Let's do this.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Disco shots!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. A chance will present itself.
Oh, snoot it! Come on! Snoot!
Access
Good.
denied. Quietly now. Illusion shattered.
Get your tail. The way it's just lurking through. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh.
What's that moving thingy over there?
Oh, hey! How you doing, man? Oh.
Solidify.
Wait,
Born of
you
ice
know?
and frost. This is long overdue. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment. Use my power.
What happened to my energy generation? Oh shit, oh shit. I'm hurt.
This is order.
How does it happen? I've got Zhongli. I should be invulnerable.
Quietly now.
Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Said words. Oh god, we're going deeper. Whoops. Oh. Wait, what? Just tossed him away. Be gone,
Thanks for
child.
helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Looks cool. Looks cool.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
She's got universe arms.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple? Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Have we heard that name before?
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Only in Child's voice signs? Okay, because I never heard the name before. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree.
It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal.
Strange use of a planet's primordial waters, indicating other planets have the same primordial waters.
That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
What? Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Foul?
We only now know the foul transformation.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
That tells me something.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Those are some crazy looking eyes.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No, there's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Bamboozled them.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Damn.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But... Novelet kinda came before.
Hey! Help! Over here!
So the waters were still rising, but they just weren't getting dissolved anymore. Okay, fine, I get it, I get it. Good thing we have boats. And there's a super boat. Or no? Oh, that is a super boat. Oh, it's an airship.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
But what about the children? They're just all gonna die? How's it affecting the rest of Teyvat? You know, they have big borders.
Look! The water's receding!
Just a temporary flood, don't worry.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong.
It's a miracle. The city is clean for the first time. It's so cool with the reflections though. Really cool.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Nice. Do we...
Renewed. The Spina Divasula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina Divasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future.
But how do we part ways with Skirk? How do we do that? Привет, hello. Now there can't be a Hydra Archon ever again. Wait, so what exactly happened with the Gnosis? The Gnosis was fueling the sword and then destroyed the Archon and disappeared?
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
I don't just need a little cookie, I need all the cookies.
Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start, we just didn't meet them in that capacity.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Okay. Finale. Go to Poisson. City's clean and looks happy. Look at that. Like the light coming through everywhere. Pretty. Hey, you gotta speak English in the chat though. I'm sorry we don't speak Cyrillic here. You know what this, now that we played through the story there, what it has shown me? After having gone to the orchestra recently, like the real life orchestra, is how very poorly chosen the conductor went with the songs for that. Holy shit. Such a shame, seriously. People who say it was great, like, I don't know, I think they're just shilling too hard. Because, man, this could have been so much better. So much better. The Oratrice took most of the fuel that it got from dealing out justice to gather enough energy to destroy the Hydro Archon's throne. Focalor gave the Hydro Archon power to Neuvillette before she died, so he's super powered up now like the original Dragon Sovereigns. So he's got his original power back. And the Gnosis thing, where they talk about that it like holds the power, that is efficiently, it's basically emptied out, right? And thus destroyed with killing herself. Oh, Fatui.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Snezhnaya is next to Fontaine?
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte takes more pictures of Poisson to the click and shutters, blah blah blah.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
We love a fade to black with text.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Go to the fortress of Meropidi. Wait. Oh, yeah, like that.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Yep, I hate it.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Great pictures.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
But what happened with the boat now? Is it still flying around? Is it accessible? Does it serve more purpose now that the water has receded?
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Ha! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Blah, blah, blah.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came...
Ah, Siegeween.
She should just stun gun all of them. Just for the sake.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr.?
You're too kind, sir. I believe it's...
Blah, blah, blah.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
So Farina's human now, so she's no longer in charge? Just Nouvellette?
Hey, everyone! The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone!
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
You know, the Charlotte person is getting a little on my nerves. I wanted to steal. There we go. Wait. Where?
Take it easy.
Oh, wow. It's been 48 years. 84? Whatever. Yeah, I should have jumped. Saw my chance, but missed it. Whilst we drive, claim some beach pass. Ah. Oh wow, we arrived. Oh?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
See, I just quickened up the dialogue there. You take out half of the dialogue, you still get the same amount of information, and you just speed it up, you know? Exquisite, fantastic.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
And that gnosis is empty.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that It seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
She was hiding in the bushes.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Right.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello?
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about...
I would...
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neuvillette's doing?
Shibby-dooby, Neuvillette doing. Shibby-dooby. Is a curious story by now, for sure. But man, like, seeing all the stuff and how it played out now, and after we saw that orchestra, oh man. They really did no research. They did not look into it one bit. Huh? Outside? Right. Uh-oh. Oh god.
Oh, he really is there!
Paimon! Living on the edge. But it's nice how everything's like French influenced. And then she got killed in like a guillotine fashion. Nice.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the
Neuvillette.
day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way.
Good thing is that Skirk is one of the silhouette characters they've shown of the upcoming characters, so she will actually be out before 6.0. Oh. Oh, so that's the cool one with the triangles in the silhouette? Nice.
In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Fontain's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Nevertheless, sigh softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Fossilor deceived the heavenly principles and used Farina's endless performance to save Fontaine.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
Oh man, I cannot, like... The more I pay attention to it, the more I get like infuriated by them just doing like black screen with text to tell things. Like, would it hurt Hoyo to be more show don't tell instead of the exact opposite? Do they hate storytelling?
Fossilor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
Water magic.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics.
Not as bad as recent Star Wars story. I still haven't continued yet. I mean, I figured out I don't want to stream it though, but... Because I enjoy playing it off stream, but yeah, like... Yeah.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was all that moment, at that moment that the Fontaines were finally truly born.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
So what was the original point to begin with of Fontaine having a prophecy that would doom it over eventually? Like, why? Why would the heavenly principles on purpose have something like that in play?
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, well, alright, about the initial verdict that was passed on Child.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
So it's his fault?
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Fossilor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon, back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Yes, they were squid.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
So when they were praying at the fountain, that was their way of having sex. It's not just a fountain, it's a porn ritual, you know?
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any—
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Wild. Disgusting, doing that in public and all. Egeria tried to create humans, which Heavenly Principles didn't like, since only they can do that. I guess it's a way to prevent gods from becoming too strong by having too many warpshippers. The gods created the humans? But then the Traveler shows up. About Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Take a 1,000-year nap.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person.
Wow, almost if you have a lot of attention, or, you know, so much power or wealth given to you, there's a certain duty coming along with it, which you should uphold in order to, you know, just a grand human fairness, to not be a shit person. Not looking at anything in current day and age in particular, of course.
Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's gnosis?
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis.
You're right, we need dragons as our leaders. That will make everything better.
The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop on my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh?
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Interesting.
I have
Oh no,
investigated
goddamn
his case,
Jesus!
but whether it be
Shut
as for the
up!
judgment passed
We are the
whether it was
before.
due to that liability-
Oratories, Cardinal Bert.
Fontanians had...
Life as always.
Yeah, Lynette said the
In truth, those Oceanids...
Paimon...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
That's it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh my god. Are they showing us what happened instead of just text?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as
La
well,
Boo,
alright,
you
Neverland?
won't believe your eyes. That's why they're closed.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend.
He's like a fine coffee.
I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
Hey, cheers, Kyoto.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third Descender on your person, yes?
Descender?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
Oh, snap! How you doing, Elsa? Thank you very much for the rate. And of course, welcome everyone. A good Saturday evening, night to you. Hi. We're at the very big spice of the end of the Fontaine story. The big spice is happening right now. So if you haven't played through Fontaine yet, and you plan to play it in the future, you might want to behold, beware. There's spoilers around. But hey, good evening, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Hello. Hope you had a good time with a Delta Force, right? I was lurking in earlier for a small bit.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
That sounds very ominous.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third Descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
So the third Descender's body became Gnosis?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
So, the body became Gnosis, kind of like... hold on. Brain lag. The dude in Destiny. Nazarek. How they chopped up Nazarek and his bodies remained held power and twisted people because of that. Traveler's fourth descender and primordial one, Celestia boss. The first descender. The one from the intro? So there's some all-powerful beings from outside?
Next time, you believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Child.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
See, I'm so glad when they have big spicy lore like this and freaky concepts building up. You know, like all the small in between, I'm like, You know, growing a little exhausted of that. The spicy stuff and like some Descender kind of stuff. And, you know, the freakier bits? Where it gets stranger, more twisted? That's where it's at.
The remains of the third Descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Oh god, they're gonna get to a Destiny situation in a couple of years. When we finally have Celestia things happening and meeting with Abyss kind of stuff, we're gonna have a witness situation in Destiny, and then game turns into free falling and they get lost of where they want to go because they can't write up a juicy new horizon, and no future of them saying like, hey, there's gonna be a Destiny 3.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui!
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
A Descender, she mentioned one of them. I am the fourth Descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the Gnosis are related to the Descenders. And two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
There's a random note in Fontaine World Quest which says people who come from different worlds are only classed as Descender if they are destined to do world-changing stuff, which would explain why the Abyss twin isn't a Descender as far as we know. So only us as the Traveler we are Descender, but the twin is not doing world-changing stuff? Freaky.
That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
I mean, we can, you know, invoke all the elements without, needing a vision.
Like being able to use
Thanks,
elemental
Paimon.
powers without a vision! No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy comparing the Traveler to the dead third
Aloy,
Descender
oh
and
god,
all.
you're right. She's the fifth Descender. Don't worry, won't die so easily. I'm the protagonist.
This topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. What
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all.
He's saying all the wishes we made that were not 5-star wishes just became raindrops.
And what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Oh, Masquerade of the Guilty done! Nice. So can we... Should we wish for? Cheeky wish? Whoa! Look at that! Raindrops! Raindrops keep falling on my head. Another wish. Another one. Any of these IAI games multiplayer? Well, this one not so much. It has multiplayer, but it's... I don't think it warrants to be called that way. More rain, oh! Wait, what does it tell me? Cold Case Commission. Bedtime story. Let's do that. Yeah, what was I saying? Like, you can do like some minor
Good
things
roll.
together,
All right, maybe I'll take one more.
but
day
it doesn't
off
like
and knock
it's
out
like
the rest of the
it's
work
like a
once
strange
I'm feeling
multiplayer,
up
you
to
know?
it.
Because I don't feel like it's super multiplayer, you know? Like, it would be nice if you could just do everything with someone else.
I want to buy more. Don't you remember your adventure plans, my
Melly,
lady?
hello. Favorite character? There's a lot of them I like a lot, actually. I mean, Zhongli for obvious reasons, which are not his charismatic voice and looks.
There are so many local specialties in Sumeru. I want to buy more.
Characters I like a lot. I like Mona because she's an astrologian. D-Look is great because he's got a high ponytail. Mavuika because he's the only one with the physics. Yeah. He's cool too. I like the way he plays. I still haven't built him properly, but it's really cool, like how he can fly around like magic zip boom. Yeah, Miko is a great character, like attitude-wise, they wrote her very well. Gotta play Chaska more. I got lucky getting her on a pole. She's cool. She can fly on a gun. I also got Farina, but I haven't built her because I was slacking hardcore doing everything. But we can play her. She's currently taking a 1,000-year nap to restore from being a god. Lots of characters, hardly any of them properly built these days because ever since, like I was playing, right? I started when Lantern Ride was on 3 years ago. The story of Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma I thought were actually pretty great. And then came Sumeru, and I thought that was horrible. And that's also when I stopped playing. And then Fontaine came out, but I wasn't playing yet, so I just you know, as you can see, I was slowly, since like I think half a year now, picking it back up, making my way extremely slowly through it to, you know, get back into it now. And now I'm basically at the part where we have this little epilogue quest, it seems. And then up next would be Natlan, which is the new thing that came out a couple months ago. Which, just from things I've seen, looks really cool. Is it easy for new players to start? To start, I think, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things to do by now, but I feel like the experience of the game, how it's tailored to follow the narrative, is done in a good way. There's just a ton of things to do, and sometimes they have events which unfortunately hold lore that you will never get again. It's a shame and a crime on narrative, but generally, yeah. So many good games right now, absolutely. I mean, my, I guess you could say the gacha game I tend to play, like off stream all the time, is Star Rail. And I am keeping up in Nikkei, but in Star Rail I properly like focus my attention. But there's a lot of games, yeah. Way too many good games, and so many good games coming up. So many. Alright, but we're gonna do one more, like the epilogue quest. There we go. But why is it in Sumeru?
Perfect. It's you two. I have a commission here that has your names written all over it. In fact, I'd even go so far as to say you're the only ones for the job.
But we could have talked to the Catherine in Fontaine. They're all the same, aren't they?
The only ones for the job? Huh. If our help is really that important, it's probably some Archon class commission, right?
I never heard of that classification before.
The Adventurers Guild doesn't employ that kind of classification system. In fact, this commission is also probably not nearly as intimidating as what you're expecting. All it asks us to do is to find a missing person.
That's all?
Huh? Then why did you say we were the only ones for the job?
I came across this commission while reviewing our backlog not too long ago.
Because they're looking for the twin.
It seems
That's
simple,
it.
but our records indicate that over a dozen successive efforts to complete it have all ended in failure, despite attempts by several accomplished and renowned adventurers. With the reputation of the Adventurers Guild and the performance of the Sumeru branch at stake, it's in our best interest to assign this commission to the adventurer with the highest completion rate over the past few years.
That's not me.
Well, that's us for sure.
Not me.
All I'm asking is for you to give it your best shot. If it proves to be beyond your capabilities as well, I'll talk to the commissioner about canceling the commission.
Okay, so who are we looking for? And what is it about this commission that's made it so hard to complete?
Hey, Ryuzaki, good evening.
This commission was jointly issued by the residents of Vimara Village. They say one of their own villagers has gone missing. But the problem is, they don't know the missing person's name. They can only provide information about his general appearance.
They're all from the same village, but they don't even know his name? If so many adventurers have failed to complete this commission, maybe this missing villager doesn't exist at all. Could it be some sort of a prank or something?
Unlikely. Several villagers came by to issue the commission, and judging by their appearance and tone of voice, they seemed incredibly sincere. It certainly didn't seem like a joke to them. Besides, putting up a commission requires a processing fee. There aren't many upsides to a prank that costs Mora to carry out. In any case, it would probably be best to go to Vimara Village and ask around first. The Adventurers Guild does have some information on hand, but I would say anything you can learn directly from the villagers would be far more reliable. The best way to avoid misdirection is to go to the source.
All right then, let's go! Paimon's starting to get really curious about this whole thing.
Bedtime story. Characters currently involved in quests of children of Vimara Village. No. No. Aranyaka Parwan. Cheesy! Welcome back. Hello, thank you very much for 78 months. That's crazy. God damn. Don't worry. Soon. The loyalty shall be rewarded. I can focus on the quest? Enable focus experience mode. Oh. Good. Best addition to the game. Thank God. Very good. I was afraid I would have to like off-stream do a quest just so we could get to the epilogue. The bad time story.
We made it to Vamara Village! Why don't we talk to some of the villagers to learn a little bit more about the missing guy? If this commission is really...
Hello there. You looking to buy something? I do business in this area.
Oh, no, we're adventurers. Catherine sent us to look into a commission here in Vamara Village.
Ah, so you're here about that, then. Ah, you're not the first, that's for sure. We've certainly made a lot of trouble for you all. To be honest, we aren't holding out much hope. Many adventurers have made their way out here, confident they'd be able to help us, only to leave soon after with nothing to show for their efforts. We've pretty much had it up to here in questions, and the area around the village has practically been overturned in search of clues. But no one has been...
So, this person we're looking for, what's his name? Where did he live? Does he have any relatives?
I think you've reached a point where they slightly changed Paimon's voice direction. She's slightly less high-pitched in recent stuff. Oh. Interesting. What other brand would I get? If I had money. If I had money. Polestar. However, it's another brand called BYD. It's good. Yep.
I don't know. I really have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Okay, guess you are really sick of answering questions.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound short with you. I was actually just giving you my answer to your questions.
Is there anything else you can tell us?
I know it may seem like we don't have anything to offer by way of information, but I promise you, we all have a very strong impression of him. When you live in the same village as someone, you develop a lot of memories together, you know? We just don't know the specifics. Maybe we did at one point, but that information is long gone by now. At least that's what everyone in the village seems to think. We've all exchanged what we know, and that was the only logical conclusion.
Alright, specifics aside then, what kind of person was he?
Alright, I'm noticing the Paimon voice change, yeah. It's there, for sure. Interesting. Okay, wait, what the hell is happening? Jesus! Sorry, Jeezy. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, let me answer you first, Melly. But why only 22 viewers? It's so relaxing to watch your game. You definitely should have more. Thank you. But we only have a couple more viewers tonight, actually, right now, because Alsoa was so kind to rate me earlier. The actual view count I had was somewhere around 10, I believe, because I've been cursed on Twitch. Yeah. That just happened? I don't actually know. That happened, like, 2 days ago as well, I think. Or yesterday? Was that yesterday? No, 2 days ago. This Stream Elements bot that I've been using for years now is acting up weirdly. I think it's because it knows I'm about to replace it. Yeah. It knows I'm about to, like, turn away from Stream Elements. I'm done with their crap. It's just not working right. So yeah, it started acting up. It's weird. It's because show me to sell a Tesla. No, I actually don't know why. It's very weird. It's totally weird. Okay, proceed, Paimon. Paimon?
Young guy. In his early 20s, probably. Incredibly kind sort of person, always willing to lend a helping hand. I'd chat with him when I didn't have any customers. I even saw him stick out his neck for others on more than one occasion. Very interesting guy, that one.
Now that you've started talking about him, you don't seem nearly as down in the dumps as you did before. Seems like he left a pretty good impression on you.
Okay, hold on. What the hell? Hold on. Jesus Christ. Let me see. How do I turn off Stream Elements bot? It's obviously not working anymore. At all. Hold on. There we go. Now there should be no bot anymore at all. Let's see. Let's test it. You type calcs. There's no more calcs respond, yeah. Alright, yeah, I took the bot out entirely now. We're free of Stream Elements bot! And up next I will have to reinstall my OBS entirely. Joy, but has to be done. But don't worry, Cheesy, you're unbanned again. Don't you worry. I mean, I can see the message even when they took you out, you know. But yeah, Stream Elements is gone to shit.
But of course, everyone in the village is pretty fond of him. We wouldn't have issued that commission otherwise. There aren't many young people like him nowadays. So genuine and pure. To think that he just up and disappeared one day. I just hope nothing bad happened.
Could he have just moved away without telling anyone?
No, he's not the type to leave without saying goodbye. And anyway, moving away without being seen by a single person in the village, there's no way he would have been able to manage that.
Huh. Alright, thanks for the information. We're gonna go ask around some more.
Yeah, the same thing happened. Was it yesterday actually? No, 2 days ago, right? Yeah, it happened to Stoic as well. I don't know, it's just Stream Elements bot being trash. And it's just telling me I have to finally get rid of it. Like, it seems like there's not even anything in particular bad a person is saying. It just goes crazy. Kid and I are watching. Oh god, no cursing! Alright, so. Little Luca is listening. You know, there was this one time, see, your father and I, we were serving on the front lines of, on the battlegrounds, you know? And, I wanted to protect them. We were in a little conflict. We were in a little conflict, you know? Tight quarters, you know how it goes. Situation was dire, but I took the chance. Proud as a German I am, knowing how to drive well, I took the wheels like Jesus would, and then... Strangely, also, and I never played together again.
Situation has changed again.
Never happened again.
It's that guests I hear.
Hi, Grandpa Amadea. We're here to help you look for the guy that's gone missing.
Ah, so that's what brings you to these parts. Coming all this way for our sake. That's so very kind of you. With your help, I trust that young man's case is in good hands.
Could you tell us a bit about him?
Driving Stanley like God, you got it.
Of course. I'm happy to help any way I... With my failing eyesight, I'm afraid I can't offer much about his appearance. But I do remember hearing the sound of his voice. Not recently, of course. That loss has left me feeling quite empty.
Sheesh.
I don't think his parents are still living in the village. But somehow he never seemed lonely. In fact, he was usually the one offering companionship to others. He would often take time to visit the elderly or play with the orphans in the village. And whenever someone had something on their mind, he was there to listen with open ears. He always knew just what to say. As the village chief, I owe
talking
him
about
many
Jesus.
thanks. Helping villagers navigate difficult moments in their lives should have been one of my responsibilities. But he was often the one rising to the occasion.
Wow. He seems like such a nice and gentle person. No wonder his disappearance affected you all so much. But, you wouldn't happen to know any details about his name, address, or family situation, right?
All the old people in this game look the same. Same thing in Final Fantasy. They hate NPCs.
I'm ashamed to admit it, but I just can't remember. No matter how you look at it, I should know those things.
That's just their way of
But for
telling you they're
some
not
reason,
important.
No matter how hard I try to remember, the information just doesn't come. Perhaps
Oh,
my
wait.
age really has caught up with me this time.
I know what this is about. I know what this is about. This is about Wanderer.
It's okay. There's no need to force yourself to try and remember. We'll figure something out.
Right. Someone's name I forgot.
What do you think?
There's probably one more to the case than meets the eye. A lot of things are adding up.
I don't think so too. Like, the name thing. It's so weird that no one remembers his name, and nobody has been able to tell us anything about his family or where he lived. It's like this guy's been erased from reality or something.
He's someone who only exists in people's memories.
Wait, so you're saying it's not that he's been erased, necessarily, but more like he never existed to begin with? Okay, Paimon's gonna need some time to process that one. Someone who only exists in people's memories?
Could it be like what happened with the great Lord Rokadavata? Like some sort of mass alteration of people's memories?
You two are the adventurers who just arrived, right? You're here for the Vamara Village Commission?
Yep, sure are. We were just looking into the case.
I'm so glad to hear that. Thank goodness you haven't given up. I've been so worried the Adventurers Guild might cancel our commission. My name is Atosa, by the way. I grew up here in Vamara Village. Anyway, I just wanted to say, please keep searching for a missing villager. I'm begging you. You have to find him.
I'm sure we'll track him down.
Yeah, no need to worry. We'll give it our best shot. So, were you close to the missing villager? Are there any leads you can give us?
I'm not sure this counts as a lead, but follow me. There's a place I'd like to show you.
I know a place. What's that? All the Primogem money is not for making more NPCs variety, it's for making more versions of the same game over and over. You're not wrong. In theory, you're not wrong. But I also don't think... I think, you know, obviously, like, right, they make big cash so they can make more stuff for the game. Ultimately, it remains the same game. And I think that's very warranted, actually. Because you should keep your nature, right? As the game you are. But overall, making it greater would be awesome. Much more cutscenes for things that are usually just chatting kind of stuff, you know, would be great. Definitely no more ever screen fade to black and text. Much more show, don't tell, instead of tell, don't show, which is a curse that Hoyo is living by. Yeah, just printing more versions of this game to have more sources of money. Each copy and paste feels cheaper than the last. You mean Genshin or the other games? Because the other games follow their own formula of what they do. Sure, they all have dailies, speech passes, currency purchasing for a chance to get characters, but that's every gacha game ever. Do keep in mind it's a gacha game and you should spend your money only if you have money to spend that you wouldn't need otherwise. Be responsible with your adult money. Also to consider adult money can be fun money. That's a whole part of being grown up and understanding the value of things, which is why I am actually full on in the belief that people under the age of 18 should not be allowed to play games like this where you can spend money. Very much so. I see the predatory habit of gacha games, but if you're an adult, you can learn to understand that. If you're young, That's a poor thing to condition people with. You can totally play this free to play, absolutely. You don't ever have to spend a cent. They will sometimes incentivize you, although I have to say, Hoyo games in general are very good at never bothering you about spending money, actually. Like, I don't remember a time where this game has been like, hey, why don't you spend money? Like popping up a screen or anything. That never happens. Most kids can use a credit card anyway, true, but lots of kids are very convincing of getting their parents' credit card or finding ways to have access to the parents' credit cards to make funny cases of that, you know? Like, I've played other gacha games before that were like much worse. Looking at Square Enix, I like their stuff, but their gacha games are really bad. And they like to smack it in your face to spend money. This one doesn't, you know? Sure, the shop is the first thing that pops up when you open the menu like this, right? But it's not like it shows up and it glows different than the rest or anything like that, you know? There's not as much incentivization for you to be like, wow, I should totally spend money. So, while still being, in theory, bad, it's the lesser evil. One of my friend's little brother learned how to SMS for in-game money in Habbo as a kid. Oh! Looking for the first time and get 500 currencies that have no context or what it's for. You mean in like Square Enix gacha? I only played a handful back in the day. I didn't try Ever Crisis yet, but I played stuff like Brave Exvius and so on. Oh, they were bad. Like, I mean, in theory, I'm part of the problem. I have spent some money too, right? However, I looked at it as a business expense. And it wasn't much to begin with by now. Not crazy much. And these days I don't spend monies anymore. If I get a character, then I'm lucky. If I don't, then I don't. I missed out on Mavuika, but hey, I haven't been playing enough. There's tons of quests I can do, open world explorations, side quests, events, etc. that can still get me lots of Primogems, but I was just lazy. So I don't get the character. You paid your mother money as an adult because as a 13-year-old I didn't know credit card money wasn't free and used it without them allowing. I did something similar when I was... How old was I? 19, 20? Gave my parents basically a fortune from the money we earned back then with Cinema Bazaar to pay back for me when I was young, you know? I'm like, here, I'm sorry. I'm a streamer, cost-benefit analysis for wife pulls business expense. It do be working that way. It was a fun time telling that to my, what do you call it? Like your tax consultant? You know? Brought him the stuff and he's like, so, I'm like, yeah, that's totally part of the business. Statues? Yeah, business. All business, yes. He's like, oh, okay. Sure. Alright, let's keep looking for a mystery person. Right, as we spoke though about like, you know, gacha being a... Gacha is a bad thing, okay? It's a bad thing. However, it's also a fun thing. And that's the thing you have to keep in balance and scale in life, right? Like, I don't know, very poor example, drinking alcohol, you know? Or I don't know, doing extreme sports or whatever, like, you know, there's many metaphors you can bring for this. But it comes down to, I always like, you know, little gamble things, a little fortune play kind of things. Keep it in a healthy amount just to make it more interesting, you know? It would be much better, of course, if you could just say like, hey, if I want to have something, I can just buy it. In a way you can in this, it just becomes really expensive. But, oh. See what this game does well? It's... hold on. It's a big, Big open world game. Big open world. Big. Hold on, where's the other part? All right, down here. Big open world game. And it plays really well. See, I'm a massive fan of Legend of Zelda, specifically Breath of the Wild. And I still haven't played Tears of the Kingdom because I'm waiting for the new Switch. And I really like those games, and that kept me back in the day from trying Genshin, because I thought Genshin was just a clone of that. But, you know, but then, like 3 years ago, realizing, holy shit, Genshin is giving me what Zelda isn't giving me. Like an open world with a proper combat system and good exploration, which Zelda was kind of lacking in, you know? They did great in Breath of the Wild, and I'm sure Tears of the Kingdom is just as great, but Genshin took inspiration, but it's something else there, you know? Yeah, like you know, could say I've been growing characteristically in the past couple years, you know? Like when you age, you're presented with new information and circumstances. It switches your perspective on stuff, and then you have a new level of judgment. Wow. Being an adult is crazy. I started Genshin when it was 20 gigabyte, and now it's 120. Damn! You know, I would have been interested in seeing it when it originally started. But, well, then again, I came in at the Lantern Ride stuff, so that was cool. I think it was the second Lantern Ride, right? You couldn't get into Breath of the Wild. It felt... You couldn't, wait. It felt the same but lower FPS. Yes! That's a shame. See, like Breath of the Wild is also really nice to me because, you know, playing Zelda since the very first game. But yeah, absolutely, like the Switch's power limitations, they're heavy. So I hope the new Switch can make up for that, and then I can play it again properly. Especially Tears of the Kingdom. How many games will you release quickly? I just saw everything they did in a cash grab. No intention to prove. Copy and tweak? But they're all inherently different games. Counter argument, haven't you been playing GTA? Isn't there room to argue that GTA is literally just always the same game but graphically improved? You only play 5? Yeah, but those 4 games that came before were literally just the same. The next one's going to be literally just the same, just new stories, a couple more mechanics, but it follows the same idea. Which, same as this, isn't bad. Though I have to say, like, comparing this to like the other Hoyo games, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Impact 3rd, and Honkai Star Rail, they're all different gameplay modes entirely. This is an open world game. Honkai Impact 3rd is a instance combat thingy. Star Rail is a turn-based game, and Zenless Zone Zero is... How do you call that? You fight. And they all play entirely different. You know, like, entirely different. Sure, they all have certain, like, anime characteristically looking characters, but they play entirely different. Sure, they take over some systems of the other games because they just work. Same as like everyone that's making game slightly just any close to this, they all copy the same systems. Because they just work. That's like saying, you know, every game that has a minimap is the same game. It's like saying every game is a Souls game if they have checkpoints and hard combat and rolling. Is it all versions of the same people? No. I mean, some characters are XP characters, which just makes the plot more interesting in Star Rail and Honkai Impact 3rd. But they're not the same people. I don't agree to your argument there. I mean, you can have that opinion, which is fair. But I would disagree. And I mean, I don't necessarily I don't necessarily see the need to defend Hoyo, but I like defending what is true. True justice. Enjoyed Breath of the Wild? I haven't played 2 yet. I remember my Highland Shield finally broke when I decided to take on Ganon. Oh, the pain. Like, I would actually like to play through Breath of the Wild again, which is probably going to be my 5th time then, when the Switch 2 comes out. Just because I enjoyed the game so much. The whole feel of it. And the little Easter eggs to like the other games if you played them. It just had such freedom to it, and that's what I enjoyed about this one. The freedom of the exploration and what you could do in it. It just eventually became a little too much for me, and like I said, I just didn't vibe with Sumeru, where we're at right now. And I just eventually didn't have time anymore, because I played other stuff, and then you're like, well, that's a lot of games, you know? And then suddenly reality is like, well, here's more duties in real life. You're like, oh, well. Gets harder to juggle everything, and then you realize you only have 2 arms to juggle. People think the XPs are the same people in Staria as an Impact 3rd, which ruins expectation. The only one that is the same as Welt. Like Acheron being... Wait, Acheron is May, isn't she? I think it just makes it more interesting, without feeling the need to playing Impact 3rd. But yeah, Welt is also actually... He is the same one. But then Himiko is different and stuff. Yeah. See, like, even just looking at this world map, I'm like, oh. So many things to explore, so much still to do, and that's exciting. But I'm also a fan of open world games, I like that. Making my own direction instead of, you know, linearity. Which can be fine too. It's not inherently bad. I just need more time for it again. Which makes me very excited for Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's a ton of naysayers these days because it's the trend to hate on Ubisoft. And they kinda deserve it for many reasons. But I'm just excited because I enjoy Assassin's Creed games and I don't need them to change the wheel because the wheel's working, so yeah. It's gonna be fun. The thing we saw the other day, looks great. I'm like, hell yeah. Assassin's Creed finally set in Japan. She had a similar experience on her home planet, which made Vel think it was her. Oh, with Raiden? But it wasn't. She literally said she's Raiden Bosun Mori Mei. And then we saw that flashback of her being like the Mei with the horns, which was the one from Impact. From what I gathered, she was that one. No? What did you mean, Himeko? Well, see, this game also has, like, you know, the whole...
I will have order.
The thing with the combat. See?
There's no escape.
There's Electro, there's Hydro, there's Cryo. Different elemental things that can trigger reactions into each other to make more combat flow. And I haven't even learned half of that all these years. Since Dendro came out. Like, Zelda doesn't have any of that depth, actually. Which is why it was nice when they came out with Tears of the Kingdom and bringing much more functionality of creative combination with the tools. That made it great. Alright. We're looking for a person here.
Is this the place? Under this tree?
Yep. I know it doesn't look like much, but this place is very meaningful to me. It's so full of memories.
By the way, good discussion. Appreciate it. I like when there's discussion and we can have different viewpoints, you know? That makes it more interesting.
We used to always sit together under this tree and talk. Sometimes we would look up at the clouds in the sky, or stop to feel the wind against our skin. We could sit there for hours at a time, never realizing how long it had been.
Those clouds are up to something. Look at them.
I was actually adopted by the people of Vamar village. The forest rangers found me in the woods as a child. I was surrounded by such good people, and growing up in the village was so lively. Still,
no one died or got offended.
There were times when I couldn't help but feel incredibly alone.
Having a healthy discussion is nice. Like this. Not really a wrong or right. Just viewpoints being tangled, and then you have a different outcome. Sometimes you change your mind, sometimes you don't. But you know, don't need to stone people for that.
Alone? How should I put it? When something's bothering you, or when you have good news to share, you always want to talk about it with somebody. But for the longest time, I didn't know who I could talk to, or if I should say anything at all. Everyone has their own problems to deal with. Even if I might want to confide in others, I don't want to become a burden.
I get what you mean.
Really? You know exactly how I feel?
To the point, exactly. No doubt. I used to have someone like that, a family member that I could talk to no matter what. But now I have a lot of friends who understand me and would be happy to hear me out.
Wow, that sounds really nice. You're quite lucky. When it comes to our missing villager, well, I guess you could say that to me. He felt like both a family member I could rely on and a friend who could really understand me. No matter what came my way, I knew I could always talk to him. He was so thoughtful and pure, and patient too. Whenever I talked to him, he would always seem so interested, as if the things I was describing were just as important to him as they were to me.
You know, she's talking him like up so high. She's like, yeah, he's always like been pure, patient. He's great. He's this and that, everything. You want to have friends that talk the same way about you, you know? That really sell you well to people. Yet they forgot his name. Okay, that's, you know, about that.
Ever since he disappeared, there's been so much I wanted to tell him. No, none of those things matters now. I just really want to see him again.
Wow. You two must have been really close. Did he ever tell you anything about himself?
He mostly just talked about interesting things he saw around the village. He'd share a lot of his own wild ideas as well. Oh, right! I did ask him about his parents once. But all he said was, they're not here anymore. I didn't know whether that meant they had left the village or passed away, and I didn't want to pry.
Still not much to go off of.
Look at me. Talking your ear off and still nothing to show for it.
You help us understand him better.
More help. The last time I talked this much in one go was when we were still together. Come to think of it, every time we talked, it always seemed to be around dusk. Just like right now. Time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Well, time always seems to pass slower when you're relaxed, right? What's wrong, Traveler?
It was always the same time of day, and time never seemed to pass. Based on what we've learned, this is definitely not a regular missing persons case. What Atosa just told us about time could be the key to unraveling this whole mystery. What?
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there. Doesn't it seem like they're acting a little strange? The Abyss Order. Could they be the ones behind all of this? Uh-oh, we've been spotted! Quick, get ready to fight!
Kill.
Stabilize.
It was
trolls are about to get
Command kill!
Azuma shines eternal. Born of ice and frost.
There's more? Oh.
All hail.
I thought I could just style on them and that's it.
Shine down. No touching.
He's a tough nut to crack. Zip zip.
There is no escape.
Gun woo! You dare do funny move? Time to execute it.
Now you shall perish.
Nice.
Thank you so much. I wasn't expecting monsters to show up. If you hadn't been here, I'm not sure what I would have done.
It was no trouble.
Now that I think about it, the hilly trolls around Vilmara village have been a lot more active lately. They seem agitated and would often attack anything in sight. Chief Amadea doesn't allow the children to play in the area around the village anymore.
Maybe the Abyss Order really is involved. Well, we should head back and check out the situation in Vilmara village just in case. If the Abyss Order is plotting something, that could spell trouble for the villagers.
Villagers.
Wait a second. The person... It's Dainslev!
Oh, the thick plottins. Firecrackers.
Ah, it's you two.
Oh, a friend of yours? Well, I'll leave you all to it then. I should head back to the village and check up on Chief Amadea and the others anyway. Well, see you later.
Yep, see you later,
Hey, so how long does this quest go?
Why do you always have to pop up out of nowhere like that? Is it your life's mission to jump scare us or something?
It's hardly personal, or intentional for that matter. As long as you and I are both in pursuit of the Abyss Order, we're bound to cross paths.
Ah, so you're here to investigate the Abyss Order then. That would explain the monsters you were fighting just now.
Naturally. Hold on. Are you not here for the same purpose?
We're also on the tail, but I'll admit we ran into the main accident.
No matter. It may have taken you a while to catch on, but I'm sure you've also realized by now that there's something strange about this place. The Abyss Order is most certainly planning something in this area. Or worse, their plan could already be in motion.
Or worse, your outfit is low polygons.
So you think the Abyss Order is behind the hilly trail activity in the area?
As things stand, I highly doubt that is their primary motive. I would imagine the increased hilly trail activity is merely a byproduct of whatever it is they're really trying to accomplish.
Still, the hilly trail activity is causing a lot of problems for the people here. We should stick around for a while and protect the village, don't you think?
The best way to protect them is by figuring out what the Abyss Order is truly planning. That is how we prevent further tragedy.
Well, let's see what more we can learn from the villagers.
And you shall have them. Don't worry.
Right.
There should be ample time to talk.
Black text on white, white text on black. Hour and a half?
Ah. So that was the commission that brought you here to
How far am I into
village.
Because it's already past midnight, you know? Can't feed the gremlins.
Someone who seems to only exist in people's memories. That is indeed quite intriguing. I would agree that it's unlikely you have a simple missing persons case on your hands. However, any possible connection to the Abyss Order is still unclear. It appears all we have by way of clues is increased hilly trail activity, and that is certainly not much to go off of.
Well then, how about the intel you promised me?
Right! That mysterious voice she heard in her brother's memory. The one who called himself a sinner. Who is he?
Traveler, let me ask you this. Do you believe your sibling to have betrayed you?
I want to have faith in him in a manner of speaking. Yeah, I want to have faith in him.
I sense hesitation in your words.
Uh-oh.
After all, you still haven't figured out the whole truth of what happened. There's still hope for the two of you to reconcile. Irreparable damage has not yet been done. The sinner you wish to know about, his situation is different. He and his fellow sinners have long betrayed me, and long betrayed their nation. His name is Vedderfolnir,
Oh.
the Visionary.
With him telling us that, I feel like it makes sense that we do this quest right now instead of I don't know, if I would have let it slide, you know. So seems like a good continuation. But so I'm over 20 minutes in, it's 1.5 hours, so I've got an hour-ish more. I'll take a short break in a moment, then
I'm loath to admit it, but
then I quickly think
he is also my kin. My older brother.
Ooh.
Your brother?
What happened between the two of you? What really happened in Canria back then?
There were 5 of them. The 5 sinners of Canria.
Or like every time he shows up, we get actual story spice.
The wise Roptatyr. The visionary Vedderfolnir. Gold Rhindaughter. The foul Sertologi. And Rehir of Solnari, Rerir.
A German word mentioned, Recher means avenger.
No matter how eroded my memory may become, I will never forget their names. One day, I shall have my vengeance.
Is he just Rerir? If he wants vengeance, he's a Recher. Rache! It's funny, the word for dragon in German is Drache, and the word for revenge or vengeance is Rache. Just without the D. So dragon without a D will have his vengeance, so someone taking the D.
Wait, some of those names sound really familiar. Rhindaughter is the one who created Albedo. Sertologi is Skirk's master. And the one we just learned about, Dane's brother, Vedderfolnir. If he was the voice of the sinner, then the one who inspired Clotar to create the Abyss Order was him.
Somehow everything's connected. If that's true, then the stone slice we found in that ruin in Fontaine, the one that outlined Fontaine's prophecy, that was likely Vedderfolnir's doing as well.
They were once people of great esteem in Canria. Those who carried the hopes of the nation. They were the best of their peers, outstanding in their respective fields. 6 of us, together. We should have been the ones to prevent the disaster. The ones to stop the Vinster King from continuing to rock the foundation of the world.
Well, Vinster's not a German word, but I, phonetically go in. I feel like this is a play at the word Finster in German, with an F instead of a V, just making it more edgy with a V, and Finster meaning it's like dark, like dire dark, and which would very much suit what he's talking about.
Yet, deep within, the 5 of them craved something more. They could not resist the call of the Abyss, and divided among themselves a power that could destroy the world.
The Elden Ring.
So they became sinners, but also transcendent beings, each in possession of world-shattering power. And when the cataclysm occurred, not one of them stood up in defense of their nation. Not one came forward to prevent the tragedy. And for that, they shall never have my forgiveness.
And then my sibling came into contact with your brother.
Indeed. If they are not stopped, the day is sure to come when they will also betray the entire world.
It must be hard to talk about all of this, but thank you for telling me.
Of course. As I said, I never intended to hide anything from you.
So, Dane, what have you been looking into all this time?
I've continued to investigate the questions surrounding the Loom of Fate, It's been quite some time since the initial operation was launched. By retrieving the eye of the first field tiller, we were able to stop part of their plan from coming to fruition.
They were just field machines, kind of like in Destiny, how the Vex, they're just humble workers.
Oh, Paimon remembers! Weren't they going to use it to corrupt Osile and make a god or something?
Indeed. However, it's obvious that was just some sort of technical experiment. The eye was integral to their plan, yet somehow, despite failing to obtain it, they've skipped the experimental phase and found some other way to keep moving forward. There are many signs pointing to that effect.
Then what should we do? It's not too late, is it?
Our most pressing concern is to determine the purpose of the Loom of Fate. From there, we'll be able to deduce the Abyss Order's true objective. Based on the intel I've gathered so far, I suspect the Loom of Fate is related to the ley lines in some way.
The ley lines?
Traveler, you were able to observe your siblings' memories last time, yes? I believe that was due to the fact that the ley lines in that area were unstable. My recent investigation has shown that Abyss Order activity in a particular area is usually followed by a series of issues with the ley lines.
And one of the things that flows through the ley lines are memories.
Wait, then our commission here in Vimara Village, the person who seems to exist only in people's memories, could it be connected?
Memories, ley lines, the Loom of Fate, the missing person that doesn't seem to exist. What's the connection between all this?
It's certainly possible. I'll join your investigation tomorrow. This missing persons case could very well turn out to be the key to unraveling these mysteries.
Well, if we're teaming up with Dane again, we're gonna need all the energy we can get. Let's try investigating somewhere a little further away tomorrow.
Daytime.
So tired. Paimon used way too much brain juice yesterday. It's all Dane's fault saying all that complicated stuff.
That was me yesterday. I didn't sleep well either. My head's a mess.
Well, let's go find Dane. We've got a lot to do today.
Perfect moment for a short pause. You got your chest x-rayed? How come? Hold on though. Hold that thought. Be blessed by the Labubu. Yeah, the Labubu is blessing you. It'll be alright. It's time for a short break, but I want to finish this quest today. So I guess we have like another hour left, I suppose. But I've been at it for 3.5 hours without a single break. I gotta get better at taking breaks again. I've been bad. I've been a bad streamer. Coffee? Nah, it's too late for coffee, but at least find a little snack, you know? La Booba? Sure, why not? La Boo-Boo! These are little monsters. My girlfriend bought like a package of them, and she gifted me one. This is Hihi. A 6-week-long cough. That's a bit too long for a cough. That's true. All right. Well, just give me a short moment. I will be right back. Alright. I know you've been waiting forever, but I am back. Yeah. Okay. Well. Well then. Labu, Labu. Yeah. You all haven't seen the Labubu properly. There he is. I know my camera can't properly focus, but yeah, this way you can see him. Labubu! That's him. That's the Labubu. Okay. We're back in the game. We're finishing the quest tonight because, it's the only right thing to do. Well. You're talking about my whale? My sperm whale? I think this is a sperm whale. Whale. It says word here. There's words, hold on. Designed in Germany, made in China, okay. Love your Moby Dick. That's very cute. Where's the Labubu from? Well, my girlfriend bought these things. They're called Labubu. From Pop Mart or something. They're like this new hype thing right now in Asia. Cough went away. But then it came back. Probably an infection, but I'm not gonna ignore the chance of a chest x-ray just in case. Wait, what? You're not gonna ignore the chance? I mean, like, doing plenty of x-rays is not great. But, yeah, like, seems good. Der deutsche Wahl. Richtig. The ever once I'll take it up. Oh, yes, of course. That's good. I mean, you know, it's important to check out your ailments and find weird ways how they connect. Like how I was trying to get a bridge for my teeth, right? Then they led me to having to check it out for sleep apnea, leading to figuring out that for that I had to make a lung test, which then led us to the conclusion and diagnosis that I have asthma. And we figured out I probably don't have, like, I don't have sleep apnea, probably. It's probably just asthma. So, my sleep apnea has been much better since I've got my asthma medicine. That's right. The pink one, you know, the pink one's good. Or purple? Pinkle? Let's call it Pinkle. That's been helping quite well. Need to live in a bubble? That's just reality these days, isn't it? Okay. Let's proceed. But first we steal.
Dane? Hello, Dane? Why are you just zoning out over here? Did something happen?
No explanation. What's wrong, Dane?
The missing person from your commission. Could you describe them to me?
Oh, young guy? Early 20s? Seriously, Dane, what's going on?
There appear to be certain memories in my mind that weren't there before.
You just downloaded more memories.
Memories of him.
Maybe we just talked too much about him yesterday and you had a weird dream or something?
No, it wasn't a dream. They're memories. Memories that suddenly appeared in my mind after I woke up. And I'm certain I've never met this person before.
Well, what exactly did you remember? You learned stuff.
I remember handing him the eye of the first field tiller.
What? Okay, so this This missing person definitely has something to do with the Abyss Order then.
Alright, it is the twin.
Indeed. And it appears he possesses the ability to implant memories into the minds of others.
Pretty wild. How's it even possible?
Wait then. All the memories the villagers have of him, could they be fake too? Maybe they never knew him at all. But why would he do something like that?
Whatever the Abyss Order is planning, an important truth has been revealed to us this morning.
What sort of truth?
That their goal is still to obtain the eye of the first field tiller. They haven't stopped searching for it. I am the only person who knows its location. Perhaps implanting that particular memory was an attempt to interfere with my mind in some way.
What if that memory is real?
Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. I don't believe the Abyss Order is capable of altering reality like that just yet. However, considering their single-minded pursuit of the eye, I would say an equal level of caution is in order on our part. Come with me. We must check whether the eye is still in our possession.
Oh, so you're going to take us to where you hid it?
Well, what if someone follows us? If we go straight there and someone is in our tail, aren't we just exposing the eye's location? Maybe that's the reason the Abyss Order implanted that memory in the first place, to force Dane to confirm the eye's location. Damn, Traveler like IQ 2000. Given what I know of him, though, I'm sure Dane has already thought of that possibility. It seems like he might already have a plan. Lead the way.
Of course.
La boo boo. Labu lambu.
So you hid it way out here?
Oh, it's
not
dungeon.
Not an easy place to discover, that's for sure. Well, let's go check to see if it's safe.
We're gonna go in there, defeat a boss, loot a chest, get out. Huh? Oh god, he's glitching!
We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
What was Dane going to tell me just now? Is he a fake Dane? The place of revelations. Cool team. He plugged into the Matrix. Oh god. Oh, the spiciness of places like this. This is where the game really shines. Really interesting looking flowers. Lighting is really nice how it comes in like that. Real nice. But why are they jumping mushrooms? Okay, we are all high. This is the truth of this place. We're high. What is that? Wait. Okay, never mind.
Stabilize.
Mushroom.
This is order.
Access denied.
Gun you nuclear blast. More? Okay.
Solidify.
Busted.
This is long overdue.
It appears the mechanisms here have changed over time. You can access the upper floor through the side door, Perhaps you should try reactivating the mechanism over there.
Fine.
Take it easy.
Alright. Now remember when this was not working with my other controller, which was weird. Boing, boing, boing. Touch. Ah, field tiller. Is this new? Well, new in quotation marks. I am slow with getting to content. Wake up. This is basically like Fontaine, which was the nation before the current one. This was like the finale of it.
Gotcha. Illusion shattered. Game's up. Torn to oblivion.
Slow man. Too much life. Oh. Remember playing this? I mean, they had similar quests to this one. Like whenever the Dane character shows up, like they follow a similar.
All the runes are pointing in the direction indicated by the light. That should unlock the mechanism.
What? Missing one.
Ah, the door's open. Let's
Never
go.
mind.
Our
Giga Chat
destination
puzzle
is just
solver.
up ahead.
Like, so good, I just threw a third ball. He said what he said. Zzz. That's the best part of Cimero, those zipping lines. Everyone appreciates lots of mobility. Ooh. I like what they've done with the place.
Looks like we can't go any further.
Be on your guard. I sense the presence of the abyss.
Surprise. Hey, is that not him? But that wasn't his brother, was it?
Solidify!
Brother.
Quietly now. Glaze over.
We're gonna go
Order
full
time.
melt.
Here comes the catch. Inazuma shines eternally.
But where you at? A shield?
Shine down.
A man of your stature? The witness to Destiny's inception? Holy shit. We're not playing Genshin, we're playing actually like a Destiny clone.
All hail.
Solidify!
Access denied.
Game's up. Fun's over. Now you shall perish. Ha!
Superconduct his face. Oh!
Just as I suspected. The false memories were a trap. The Abyss Order just wanted to follow us here. Now that they're in the vicinity, we should have a chance to see.
Can we hear that again?
Dane? What's wrong?
Can you feel that? There's been a disturbance in the ley lines. It must be the work of the Abyss.
Wow, you must be really sensitive to that sort of thing. Paimon doesn't feel it.
You too. Do as I say. Use that mechanism over there and leave this place.
If you're here on your own, will you be alright?
The Abyss Order is putting something in motion. If you return to Vimara village, I suspect you might finally have the opportunity to locate the missing villager. Just think of it as a way to divide and conquer.
All right. Bye. Walking slowly off like not a care in the world. Dane does have a point, but something still feels off. What am I missing? Ether? It's totally gonna be Ether, I'm telling you. Ah! I knew it.
I knew going along with your trap would be the only way to meet with you face to face.
Oh snap! Fancy sword.
You risked your safety, and that of the Eye.
Oh my god, he's talking.
That's quite the gamble, Dainsleif. But I believe that I am the one walking into a trap laid by the Twilight Sword.
So you came here all on your own? What about those followers of yours?
When the Twilight Sword is prepared for battle, any army I could send would only be marching to their doom. Better that I face you alone. I know you must have a lot to say, but if it's a conversation you want, you'll have to defeat me first.
Oh? But we don't get to see it. Aww.
The Abyss Order's on the move. The ley lines are all out of whack. We better hurry back to Vimara village and see what's going on.
Oh, oh, oh. Pure evil.
Hey, look at those hilly trails over there.
They seem strangely calm.
Weren't they acting super agitated just a little while ago? Why are they so calm all of a sudden?
Here's something.
In the New World, they bade farewell to the shrouded sun. At last, they no longer needed to dwell on their suffering, or try to differentiate between various thoughts of blasphemy. Such was the price they paid, and thus their souls became cleansed and pure.
Did you hear that? What was that sound just now?
You heard it too?
It sounded so gentle. Could that voice be comforting the hilly trails in some way? Oh, this is weird. Let's check if this is happening anywhere else.
Gather!
Okay.
Looks like the same thing is happening over here too. The hilly trails are calm.
You see, we're both still here. We've reclaimed an endless amount of time to love. Release your tears. You no longer need to hold back your sorrow.
It's that voice again. Haley Chili.
Over there. It looks like they're sleeping.
In the end, he whispered softly, "Sleep well, Father. Sleep well, my beloved people. When you awake, that which differentiates us shall be no more."
It almost sounds like a poem or some kind of story. Well, now that the hilly trails have calmed down, Vimara village should be safe at least. Let's put the situation to the side for now. Dane said this might be our chance to find the missing villager, so we should head back to Vimara village before it's too late.
I have to walk. Like a person. Like a human on 2 feet. Wait, what did we say again? How long is the Netherlands story? Because, well, we're looking at about 3 weeks, I guess, with some interruptions in between, until the VTube adventure. So I gotta see and plan what I do when. Like which story do I want to finish before that and so on. I mean, I did start Rebirth already, but that's gonna be fine. But like other stuff, like Final Fantasy 16 maybe, and Netherlands stuff, I don't know yet, you know? Should probably ask in the Discord again.
Grandpa Medea, is everyone alright? The Abyss Order seems to be up to something nearby.
The Abyss Order? This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you for your concern, but as far as I'm aware, it's been business as usual here in the village.
Well, that's good to hear. Oh, also, you didn't happen to come across any clues about the missing villager while we were gone, did you?
Someone's gone missing, you say? Who would that be?
Oh.
Huh?
You don't remember? Things just got even more complicated.
Well, you know, the young guy from Vamara Village. The one you've been looking for all this time. You posted a commission with the Sumeru Adventurers Guild. That's kind of the whole reason we're here, actually. Your missing persons commission.
Ah, I do apologize, you two. I hope I'm not worrying you too much. I'm sure it's just my age making me forgetful again. At least right now, I can't seem to recall whatever it is you're referring to. Perhaps you should try asking someone else.
But how is that? All right. Thanks for your help, Grandpa Amadea.
Amadea.
Something's definitely not right. We just talked to Grandpa Amadea about the missing villager. There's no way he could have forgotten all about him just like that. What do you think, Traveler? Could everyone's memories of the missing villager have been erased again?
We should check in with the others first.
You're right. We should narrow down the possibility.
Is Ether throwing us into a time loop here?
Take it easy.
Yeah. Not that one.
Someone's gone missing? Who?
Just as expected. That guy you said a bunch of nice things about earlier? The one you always used to chat with. He's around 20 years old, and you said he was a kind, warm-hearted person?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Really?
There aren't many young people who've earned that kind of praise from me. If you're certain that's what I said, then there's only one person who fits the bill. No doubt about it. But why'd you say he's gone missing?
Do you know where he went?
Yeah, I just saw him leave the village. There was someone else with him, too. They couldn't have gone far.
Slow walking
Strange.
off. We are running.
Ram seems to remember him. And apparently he just saw him? Do you think maybe it's not that there's something wrong with people's memories, but that we've somehow returned to a time before he went missing?
I doubt returning to the past would be that simple. Given everything Dane mentioned about disturbances with the ley lines, I'd say it's far more likely this is related to memories in some way. I need to think carefully. What's really going on? People have forgotten about the missing person.
Just like what happened with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, no one remembers him. Because there's been a change in people's memories.
Great. We've returned to a point where the disappearance took place.
If we really did travel back to a time before he disappeared, that could explain why the villagers said he hadn't gone missing.
We are presently traversing someone's memories.
If this person only exists in people's memories, maybe we're in someone's memory right now. No. Time travel is extremely...
Right! Paimon totally forgot about the ley line disturbances. We're in someone else's memory. Just like how you entered your sibling's memory last time. That would also explain why we seem to be at a time before he went missing. It's a memory after all.
If we really are in someone's memory, then this is our chance to find him.
Right. If he's someone who only exists in people's memories, then we're finally on the same turf. But didn't Bayron just say that he saw him leave the village with someone? Where should we go look for him? Who knows how long this ley line disturbance is gonna last? We might not have that much time, and we don't even know whose memory this is.
Let's go through what we know so far.
Good idea! That'll help us narrow things down. We pretty much figured out that the missing villager has the ability to...
implant memories into the minds of others.
Right! That! Could we try to figure out more about him using what we know of his ability? Like, does it maybe leave a trace that would somehow give him away?
Implanting memories into the minds of others must be an imperfect process. There's no way the new memories could perfectly blend in with the old ones. There has to be some kind of tell. Scenes from false memories will not change. Time does not pass within false memories. False memories are easily forgotten.
There's a difference between memories that arise from lived experiences and those that are implanted into the mind. Perhaps it has something to do with time. If time was allowed to pass within the false memories, there's a higher chance they might conflict with someone's original recollection. That would make it much harder to avoid suspicion. All the memories seem to be set in or near Vimara village, but I'm still not sure if they're restricted to this location. Maybe not.
No wonder! All this time and the sky hasn't changed a bit! That must mean time isn't passing! That's the tell of the fake memories! The implanted memories are basically taking place outside of the regular 24 hours of the day. If the memories included the regular passage of time, it would be easy for people to tell that something was off.
Interesting, Paimon. So it's a 24-hour world, huh?
Like there could be overlap or something. People might start to wonder why they remember doing two different things at the same time of day.
Man, if only.
That's why he makes sure the memories take place at a specific moment in time rather than over a period of time.
If we consider this in conjunction with what we already know, then the question of whose memory this is seems to have an obvious answer. Dainsleif?
Dainsleif had memories implanted into his mind. Could it be that it's happened more than once? No.
What?
The color of the sky coincides with the moment in time she described.
Fine, it's a tosser.
Right. That's exactly what Atosa described!
Come to think of it, every time we talked, time always passed by really slowly. Even when it felt like we'd been talking for hours, the sun would still be at the same position in the sky.
Yep, that has to be it! This is definitely Atosa's memory.
Let's go to the tree. What? The tree? Oh, that tree, okay. For a moment I thought, like, what, you wanna go to Irminsul? Have a chat about memories? Aha.
So, you see, Granny Jahiet was a mercenary when she was younger. She just talks like that out of habit. She's not trying to scare the children on purpose. Oh, there I go again. Always talking about my own things. Do you maybe have anything you want to share? It's okay if you don't. You could also just talk about what you think of me?
Oh, I think you're an incredibly strong and thoughtful young woman.
Look at that charming prince right here.
You'll meet many amazing people and live a very happy life. You won't miss someone like me.
Huh? Are those your friends over there?
We finally found him, but why does he look kind of familiar?
Oh, right! This version of Atosa hasn't met us yet!
Friends? I guess you could say that. It must have taken them a lot of effort to find me. So, I should see what they need. I'm sorry, Atosa. We'll have to continue this conversation another time.
Another time, huh? Yeah, okay.
It's nice to see you, Traveler. I believe this is the first time we've met.
You're factoring in the memories, the Abyss Order, the Loom of Fate, and everything else. I need to think of the one person that can connect all of this together. Clothar Alberic, Caribert Alberic, the visionary of Virvula.
Dane's brother, one of the 5 sinners of Conria, the one who stole the power of the Abyss. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the Loom of Fate. The founder of the Abyss Order. The man who broke the curse of immortality.
Oh, really? It's Caribert?
You're...
Oh.
Caribert Alberic.
Oh.
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 You know me? That's quite the surprise. I don't believe I've met you before.
Right, the other Caribert quest was also in Cimero. Should have known.
Oh, I see. It was the memory, wasn't it? Your sibling's memory. You saw the me from back then.
You're right, he did become a Hilichurl.
This is Atosa's memory. I came here to say goodbye to her, but I suppose I'll just leave her a message instead. Come, let's find somewhere else to talk.
Is he just swooping us around? Oh. Blah 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 blah. Translation? Is that incognito language from Pokemon? Oh, is that it? Looks strangely Irminsuled. Friends the world over. This is very idyllic. Oh my god, we're walking on water. Oh, holy water! But no reflection. Couldn't have it forever. What is this place?
I suppose you could call it the realm of my consciousness. I'm someone who no longer exists in the real world after all. As you well know.
You look quite exhausted.
It's nothing. I still have enough strength to play the part of a good host.
Oh, the reflections are back.
I've always hoped that I'd get the chance to talk to you like this. And now, the time has finally arrived.
This is a rare opportunity for me as well. I should try to learn as much information from Caribert as I can. What exactly happened to you? What exactly is the Loom of Fate? What happened to you?
Extreme sorrow and pain. Hope and regret coursing through your veins. And a degree of abyssal power that defies comprehension. Father told me that once I possessed all those elements, I would become the Loom of Fate. But despite his intentions for me, I never truly became the Loom of Fate. I was merely used as a means for its construction. In truth, I died the moment I set everything in motion. The person you see before you now is nothing but a remnant of consciousness left over within the Loom of Fate.
Caribert is dead. That's why he no longer exists outside of people's memories.
As for your question, the Loom of Fate is a device capable of weaving ley lines.
Weaving ley lines?
In its primitive form, it can only be used to create and implant memories. But as more of it is completed, its power becomes stronger and stronger, until finally, it has the power to weave real ley lines of its own. Once fully completed, The moment it gains the power to weave ley lines, it loses the lower level ability to influence memories, but it also becomes a tool that can change the entire world.
So that was the source of your ability to implant memories?
Yes. I have the ability to control the loom in its semi-completed form. I suppose you can think of it as a form of compensation. After all, its existence cost me my life.
So the memories that suddenly appeared in Dain's mind were implanted by Caribert through the half-finished Loom of Fate. That makes sense, but I'm still lost as to why he went so far as to introduce himself to all the residents of Vimara village. But why did you implant the memories of yourself into the people of Vimara village?
Ah, that. I was wrong to implant those memories. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. Not only for everyone in the village, but for you as well. I just wanted them to feel like I once existed in this world. As if I had a chance at life.
So that's why I would have never guessed. But is there any kind of meaning to this? Does only existing in people's memories really count as living?
I know what you must be thinking. Why would I do something so meaningless? But I just couldn't accept it. I had to know what it would be like if I had my own life. What kind of person I would be. What other people would think of me. Chief Ahmadiyya, Baram, Granny Jahiyat, Atosa. What would it be like if I could live alongside them? No cataclysm, no curse. Just a quiet life in a peaceful village. I was curious, so I selfishly tried to have my own life. Even if that meant piecing together the version of myself that could have been. One memory at a time.
Sounds kind of charming what he was trying to do. Character's deep voice? I know, right? It's kind of strange.
I know it sounds stupid. After all, my life ended a long time ago. Any chance at living was stripped away from me when I was 8 years old. My consciousness left to mature in an illusory world of nothingness. Even the form you see before you was nothing but an invention based on my father's appearance. An imagined version of what I would look like if I had the chance to grow up.
Shame. In the end, this all stems from the tragedy that occurred in Canria back then. You know, everyone is looking for you.
I know. But there's nothing I can do to make them find me. If I could exist in the real world, I would return without a second thought and surprise them with the suddenness of it all. But, well, that's not possible for me.
As I understand it, even though you only appeared in the memories, your existence was a great comfort to them. They all believed you once you lived among them.
I know.
Well, now that I've found you, let's continue this conversation some other time. Dain might still need my help.
Captain Dainsleif? Twilight Sword, you mean? No need to meet up with him. Things should already be settled on his end.
You know, Captain Twilight, right? The agent? Yeah. Settled.
Exactly. As someone who could only exist in people's memories, the fact that I'm able to talk to you in my consciousness like this can only mean one thing. The Loom of Fate has already been completed.
What? The Loom of Fate is already complete. That means the eye of the first field tiller must have fallen into the hands of the Abyss. Could something have happened to Dain?
No need to worry about Captain Dainsleif. He's absolutely fine. The only reason he lost the eye was because I happened to guess exactly what he was planning. Captain Dainsleif has had the eye inside his body this whole time, hasn't he? His plan was to lure the Abyss Order to a false location, capitalizing on their pursuit of the eye in order to have the chance to confront the prince. He would then hand the eye to you and tell you to take it away from that location. That way, Captain Dainsleif could accomplish his own goal and ensure the safety of the eye all at once. A very thorough plan.
But Dain never handed me the eye.
That's right, because in his mind, he had given it to you already.
Wait, does it mean he gave Dane a false memory? You made him think that when?
Before you two entered that false location.
When he was glitching.
Traveler, wait. We've no time to lose. Let's head inside.
So when Dane froze back then, it was because a false memory was being implanted in his mind. No wonder.
That was when I implanted the memory of him handing you the eye. Given the tense situation at that time, Captain Dainsleif failed to notice anything out of the ordinary, and took that memory to be real. I'm sorry, Traveler, but I needed the Loom of Fate to be completed. And to do that, we had to retrieve the eye.
So Dane had the eye this whole time, until the episode took it away. I'm not sure there's anything we could have done. Now that the Loom of Fate is complete, what are you planning on doing with it?
I promise I'm not trying to conceal anything from you, but I truly have no idea what the Prince is planning. Tevat's ley line system is deeply entrenched in the planet. Creating new ley lines can neither replace nor extend the ones that already exist in the face of everything they could be planning. I fear I'm too insignificant to even get a glimpse of the bigger picture. In any case, I had my own use for the Loom of Fate, and my goal, at least, has been achieved.
Your goal?
You remember my father, don't you? Clotar Alberic. I believe you saw him in your sibling's memory, after he used the power of the Abyss to restore consciousness to my hilichurl form. I suffered from an indescribable level of mental anguish.
Puberty.
To comfort me, my father told me a story, that this was a fairy tale world where I had to take on the form of a little monster. That story managed to dispel my fears, even if just for a moment. My goal was simple: to use the Loom of Fate in its near-completed form, when its ability to create memories was at its strongest, to implant a specific memory into the minds of the hilichurls. In that memory, I would tell them a story, just like my father did for me. It was a story of fairy tales and love. But more than anything, it was the story of us.
So the thing that caused the hilichurls to calm down back then was Carabat's story. So that was his goal. That was the only thing he wanted. He had a device as powerful as the Loom of Fate at his disposal, and all he wanted to do with it was to offer the hilichurls a moment of comfort and peace.
I can't change the world. Not when I lost the very right to exist within it. Implanting those memories, that was the most worthwhile thing I could offer.
Perhaps. I think it was very meaningful indeed.
All that's left of my existence is a wisp of residual consciousness tied to the Loom of Fate. In truth, that trace of my consciousness should have dissipated long ago. My goal was the one thing that allowed me to hold on all this time. But now, the bedtime story is finished. And it's finally time to rest.
Oh. There goes his consciousness.
Looks like I was too late to see Kari Bear one last time.
Bro.
Kari Bear's consciousness is gone, and this space will soon disappear along with it. Neither of us belongs here. That's why we're not tangible. Were that not the case, I'd love to hug you too. Well, how about a conversation?
You know, I kind of feel like though the ether that Dine was meeting there is like a different version of ether or something.
The chance to just stop and talk like this is certainly not easy to come by. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh my god, like... Let's see. Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, Semeru, Natlan, Fontaine. So 5 nations by now. For the traveler to not learn a single thing from the people in that nation that he helped. But now at last... Not a single Archon helped with this. I almost can't believe it's real.
That battle earlier was tough.
So it was him, okay.
The one against Dane, I mean. I didn't expect that after everything, he would still hesitate to raise his sword against me. Were it not for that, perhaps I'd still be no match for the Twilight Sword. Even after 500 years.
What exactly are you planning? What are you going to do with the Loom of Fate?
The Loom of Fate, huh? I still haven't found a way to utilize it to its full potential. But there's still time before the heavenly principles awaken.
The heavenly principles are still asleep?
Yes. For 500 years now. Ever since the cataclysm in Conria, there's been no sign of activity. Not long ago, you witnessed the Hydro Archon destroy her divine throne. Yes, such a flagrant disregard for the rules. And still Celestia took no action. I suppose that's proof enough of the Heavenly Principles situation. However, the Heavenly Principles will awaken. We just don't know when that will be, or what might trigger it.
You really hate the Heavenly Principles, don't you?
You could say that. Just look at Kari Bear. He was so pure and single-minded. The space we now find ourselves is a perfect representation of who he was. Quiet and peaceful, even as a hilly churl. Seeing the terrible sight within the mirror wasn't enough to taint his spirit. He brought comfort to the people of this world, even though he was denied the very right to be a part of it. So ask yourself this. Who was it that deprived him of that right to exist? Of course, that's only one example. My feelings about the Heavenly Principles are too complicated to explain in just a few words.
We've got time.
Lumine?
Speak, woman.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
Oh my god.
There's so much I wanted to ask you. But for some reason, I'm not interested in asking those questions right now. There's just one thing I have to ask. One thing I could never understand. Why? Why can't we continue our journey together?
Why can't we switch the main character we're playing?
At the end of my journey, I arrived at a place known as the Sea of Flowers at the end.
What?
Do you remember? A long time ago, when we traveled between worlds together, you told me. You wanted to find a place in the universe where that one flower was in full bloom. To have a place like that suddenly appear before me? Well, would you think of that as a coincidence?
You mean?
I miss you too, Lumine. But as this war continues to rage, and as I continue to seek that final answer, I don't even know how to face myself sometimes. Let alone my own sister.
What's going on?
Uh-oh. The mind space is breaking.
This space has lost its tether. I doubt it'll be able to exist much longer. In fact, aside from our ability to physically interact with each other, there's something else you should know about this space. With Kari Bear gone, we won't be able to remember anything that happened here.
This reminds me of the meme with the chocolate gorilla in the pot. Oh, hey, good you found me. There's one truth I want to embed on you, and oh no.
Everything in this space will be wiped from existence, including all memory of our reunion.
You're only telling me this now?
This is freaky. I like it. But we remember.
Still so sleepy. Paimon's head feels all fuzzy. Oh, Paimon woke up a little earlier than you, so Paimon will fill you in. The villagers said that they saw us sleeping near the village yesterday. They couldn't wake us up no matter how hard they tried, so they decided to just bring us back here.
They just touched us?
Oh, and Dane came by just now? It looked like he was injured. He didn't say anything, though. Just made sure that you were all right and left. Kinda seemed like he had a lot on his mind, but that's Dane for ya.
I'm having trouble thinking straight right now.
Let's think for a second. We were in that memory, and we saw that guy you called Kari Bear. He was the missing villager that we've been trying to find, right? And after that, Paimon doesn't remember what happened.
Caribert and I talked for a while. He told me about the Loom of Fate.
Wait, really? What a score!
I guess our commission is complete then. The missing villager, the person who only existed in people's memories, was Caribert all along. But now that he's gone, I'm not sure how to explain things to the villagers.
Well, what happened after that?
After that, I can't seem to remember. Maybe I'm just tired. I feel like something else happened. But why can't I remember? Not sure why, but I almost feel like I lost something.
Ah, there you are.
Hey, Ram, you sure seem happy. Did something good happen?
Something good? Huh. What? It's just that, well, the village organized another search party yesterday. So there we were, searching away, when suddenly this one guy said it all came back to him. According to him, one day around dusk, he was passing by this one tree outside the village, and he saw our missing villager. There he was, sleeping under that tree all by himself. His parents came a little later to wake him up, and they all left together. They looked like quite a happy family, apparently. And after that, well, we all started to feel like that really is what happened. Kind of strange that we forgot all about it for so long.
So that's how Caribert said his goodbyes. That was the last memory he gave them.
Oh, and we also remembered his name, Kari Bear. Now, that's not a name you hear every day. Would have been helpful if we remembered it sooner.
Make sure you remember it this time.
Well, I hope he's happy wherever he is. And we're all relieved now that we know what happened.
Seems like everyone thinks Kari Bear left the village. That's probably for the best. At least they have some sort of explanation now.
Caribert is gone. The Loom of Fate is now complete. And no one else will try to change the village's memories.
Paimon wonders how Atosa's doing. Maybe
No, we don't care about Atosa.
Now, so she's probably at...
No, Paimon, we don't care about those NPCs. If they live or die, it changes nothing for us.
Take it easy.
If you cut that out, you have a better story already. Don't take what's nice and ruin it now. Yeah, she's depressed because she's in love. Get yourself a labubu.
Hey, Atosa, how's it going?
Oh, it's you two. I was just about to go looking for you. I wanted to thank you. I was part of the search party, so I remember what happened to Kari Bear now. Honestly,
can't believe I forgot something so important.
Maybe he wanted you to forget him. I'm sure he wouldn't want you to forget him. Questions,
It's funny,
answers.
but I have this feeling he told me the same thing. I just can't seem to remember when. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. Life is made up of a series of memories. As long as I hold on to our time together, he'll always be a part of my life. I'm just happy I got to meet him. So, who cares what happens in the future, right? Okay, I'll admit. I'm just putting on a brave face.
Cool. Can we leave now?
I was dumped, wasn't I? Otherwise, why would he just leave like that without saying goodbye?
I'm sure he had his reasons. Like not existing.
You don't need to comfort me. I'll be okay. It's just like Kari Bear said. It's the things we overcome that make life more precious.
Like she had a serious case of parasocial.
And you know, if he has a heart, maybe he'll come back and see me one day. Anyway, thanks for all your hard work, you two. I promised I'd help Granny Jahiet with something, so I should head back. Goodbye.
Well, that should be it, right? Oh, right. Weren't you about to tell Paimon what happened after your conversation with Kari Bear?
Right. What was it that happened? I can't remember. Looks like there's something in my pocket.
A picture? Where'd that come from? Let Paimon see.
You must get along with each other, the two of you. Oh? How did he take a picture? Can he, like, mind picture? Print? That's freaky. Bedtime story, the end. Oh. What? Everything's exploding. There's stuff everywhere. Oh god. Sweet. I mean, that was a very nice quest actually. I enjoyed that. But I must say, I don't quite understand why the Abyss twin then is doing all that. Like he's like, all right, I'm doing like evil things for evil's sake, but oh, you know, Lumine, I'm not, you know, why am I doing this? I just saw like the flower field that you spoke of, and I thought like that's destiny, so I decided to like kill people. Huh? Like I don't understand his motivation. That's what I'm saying. Oh god, I have to unlock something because I can't claim it. Total exclamation mark. First time we met them, they told us to finish the journey to find out. Oh, okay, fine. Well, we have a plan then. Just don't die until the story finishes. Why was that the motivation? No. Labubus are the motivation. Don't get it twisted. Well, we've got 2 more pulls. But we could also start saving them now. And see what else is coming along our way soon. If Skirk is going to be a character, I mean, we gotta save up, actually. That's why after that first meeting, the goal of the traveler was to explore the nations to complete the journey rather than try to find the twin again. Oh. Suddenly the whole story of everything I've been playing makes more sense. Holy shit! Romero Team Harbor, what's that? Oh, well in that case, we're gonna nicely place ourselves here. Oh boy! Really? Right there? People get confused and say the main goal is always just to find the twin when it hasn't been that for a while now. Yeah, that's the part I missed. It's been a while, alright, in my defense, and my memory's a mess. I have to remember the story of Nikkei, okay? And that's pretty crucial. Well, I mean, this has been the big spice. This certainly has been big spicy story. Feels much nicer for me to finish Fontaine and doing this right after that, instead of leaving space between them, all things considered. I like that better. Because Fontaine's story was pretty good. Pretty good. Though I feel like there were too many little pitfalls in between that made it like lose its footing, you know? And stuff like that. I feel like there's... how to explain that? There were like some very big highs in the Fontaine part. But there was a lot of dry patch in between to get to it. Might also be because of the way that I played it, you know? Since I've just played it in one go, instead of like having to do like little side quests in between and explore the world, which might serve it better in this way. I don't know. But to me just felt like, you know, it's very visual novel since there isn't a lot of movement or action. That too. And the visual novel style, I mean, in theory, visual novel is not my favorite. However, Nikkei seems to be doing a really good job at that. I don't know how they manage, but they're just doing a very good job at that. In Genshin and Star Rail, the visual novel deliveries, you know, they gotta give us some more action to really spice things. Nikkei got some assets, that too, but even without that, they just crunch down the, you know, the whole talking to a much quicker and better point. And have a better way of like dramatically show you like a scenery then and stuff. And bring in like some twists and turns. And then on top of that, they're like, by the way, here's some boobies and booties and Giga Chat. Trust you me, like Nikkei is actually good with that, you know? But then again, the gameplay is more of an AFK shooter gameplay. At least for most of what I've been doing now. Sure, there's an option, but hey, you know how it is. Whereas this one has much more active gameplay when you get to it. We play it for the plot too, of course. Would you tell that to your son? Oh boy. Okay, but hey, now we are fully caught up to get to Natlan. So is Nikkei great? You'd think they shouldn't be that good, but they actually are. I mean, let's be real, like, lots of things they use in Nikkei is like storytelling tools in a way that are of course meant to work, but they still do it in such a fine and nice way that it just works, you know? It's like cooking food or something, right? Like making a burger, like you know the ingredients, right? But it's still about how you prepare it and present it specifically. That it makes the different experience, you know? And they do really good at that. And you know, like, swerving from that, still very excited to have Stellar Blade on PC one day to play it properly without weird input delay. Current event story yet? I was doing it without reading the dialogue. Because I was thinking, like, maybe I'll do it on stream eventually and I just do like a dialogue session of it. Could do that. Especially now that I can talk again, you know? Because the past like 2.5 months or 3 months almost, that I've been feeling like I couldn't read much in games on stream because I had no voice. But now, the little Foster right here, giving my lungs breath again while not robbing me of my voice. That's nice. Very nice. Anyway, Fontaine. You have been completed. Where would I rank complain? Where would I rank Fontaine? In my Genshin stories so far? I think my favorite is potentially still Liyue, actually. I would probably say Liyue, Inazuma, Fontaine, Mondstadt. I think. Would probably do it that way. Like, if I had to like put a hierarchy to it. Don't leave me alone in the dark. Why are you awake all night? Are you crazy? Are you German? Like, it's almost 2 a.m., which used to be my usual clock-off time, truth be told. It's just that these days I have to get up extremely early. So, the longer I stay, the less I sleep. But I've been, I've been grasping the power of the nap, which has been helping remaining sane. Otherwise, well, what can I say? I am becoming the boo-boo. Right. Okay. Well, I would share for anyone who's interested the link to the Discord right now in the chat, but my bot program broke because Stream Elements sucks. So yeah, if you check out the panels down below or the information on YouTube, you can find the link to the Discord and you are very welcome to join. Yeah. Plans of like when I am back streaming, I don't know if I'm back tomorrow or the day after or something like that. I have to check a couple things for the streaming. In theory, I have to reset up my entire OBS. Because I've also been using Stream Elements OBS, which is just a plugin, but I'd like to scrub it clean of that. Yeah, and then I have to reconfigure an entire bot program, which is pretty difficult. Because it's not going to be one of those plug-and-play ones. But it gives you much more freedom, but it's pretty crazy. And then I have to still prepare like a billion things so that when next month, when I get the VTube avatar, everything's going to be fun and run and functional, you know? It takes quite a lot of things to prepare, as well as a whole lot of other things that I'm taking care of in real life, in like, you know, personal matters that need to be taken care of, being done and worked off, so that once I actually start VTubing, that I have more time to stream and also have a free head to stream, so I can enjoy this even more. And of course, you know, have my head free and ready for Monster Hunter Wilds, you know? I gotta remember the armor sets and the stats and the monster's movement and like my combos of the attack and everything. That's important. That's very important. Lots of things to prepare. Lots to do. But then, next month, a whole new adventure for the stream. And tons of new games coming up. It's gonna be crazy. Will be awesome if you're there for it. Or if you're there at the next stream. I don't know if it's tomorrow or the day after, like I said. Keep an eye on the Discord, and you shall know the answers. Or if you're ever really curious, you can just ask me in the Discord and be like, hey, stream? You know? And in the meantime, go and check out Alsoa. Okay? He's streaming again too. He was gone for a while. But now he's back. Okay. Well then. I shall now bid you all good night, if it's night for you, or otherwise a fanciful rest of your day, morning, or night. And I hope to see you next time. Until then, you stay radiant. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Ciao.
I'm a fan.